I saw the general direction she went, but Lenny twisted his ankle, and I needed to make sure he was okay.
Oh, did you get hurt, Lenny?
I'll be alright. It's just a twisted ankle, that's all. In fact, it's feeling better.
If you want to play at being a hero, at least try not to get hurt doing it.
You're right. I have to admit that the thief was even more skilled than I had anticipated. But at least we were able to get the stolen items back, so it wasn't a complete failure.
What a slippery little thief. Guess things turned out all right in the end, though.
Alright, let's put this little detour behind us. We should go to the Court of Fontaine now.
So, we ride this thing to go into the city? What an ingenious way to get around. People in Fontaine really...
This is an aqua bus. It allows people to travel between several key locations around Fontaine. It's pretty convenient, but the ride can become a little dull after a while. The scenery is always...
So you mean it's still boring?
No, that's not what I meant. It's... besides, it...
Guess that's what it's like to be an older brother.
It's about time for us to leave. Let's get on board.
Oh, excuse me! Aren't you the great magician Lenny? And his assistant Lynette?
Hello. I don't believe we've...
I'm Charlotte, a reporter for the Steambird.
Nice to meet you. From the Steambird, huh? We've often relied on your paper to promote our performances.
It's an honor to meet you. Wait, could that be the legendary traveler who's been making headline after headline in their journey?
Amazing! You recognize everybody almost immediately!
I wouldn't be much of a reporter if I didn't know who's who, would I? Wow, today must be my day. Who knew I would end up on the same boat as so many VIPs? Could my vision finally be showing me some favor?
So, Charlotte, what do you usually report on?
Well, when there isn't any breaking news, I mainly cover the trials at the Opera House. You can still manage to keep readers' attention as long as you tell things from a clever enough angle. For example, reporting on how a scammer once deceived vulnerable girls into relationships, or how a financial criminal was once so poor that they ate a single piece of bread for 5... That's fine and all, but what I'm really after... Oh, I just remembered! I've been following it. You mean those... That's right! These stories are the... If I'm the... Oh, when that happens, I bet...
So, what is the...
That's right! And ever since, but the scariest... Many suspects have been arrested over the years in connection with this case, but shortly after each arrest, another disappearance would always happen. Yes, it's possible.
Yes, I agree. And at the very least, I just imagined for a second what I would do if Lynette were to suddenly disappear.
Please don't imagine that. Well, I really enjoyed chatting with you. Life should be full of pleasant little surprises like this.
Yeah, us as well. The ride went by too quickly.
Ah, I have an interview to get to. I should get going before I'm late.
Okay, Paimon hopes we can chat again soon, Charlotte. See ya!
Bye now. Oh, be sure to stop by and see me at the Steambird when you have time.
What a tough job. Always running around and
If you don't mind, how about we stop by my home?
Sure, we...
This is our current abode. Ah, Fremine, your home. Where...
Oh, they all just went up.
I see. Allow me to introduce you to my little brother, Fremine.
Hello.
Nice to meet you. Paimon is Paimon, and this is the Traveler.
Linny, could you come here for a moment?
What is it, Fremine? Do you have something to tell me? Okay, I see.
Is everything all right?
Oh, it's nothing. We were just discussing... Oh, before I forget, the Traveler and I collected...
Yes, I went diving and gathered lots of materials.
That's our Fremine, always quick with the underwater work.
Looks like rain.
Oh, you're right. But wasn't it clear and sunny just a moment ago?
I'm afraid that's just how it is here. It often rains on days where there are
What's wrong, Fremine?
There's a legend about the rain that I tend to believe. It's said that a dragon of water once resided in Fontaine. When I was a child, my mother told me that if I... Hydro Dragon! Hydro Dragon!
If it's an elemental dragon, then having the power... Let Paimon try something. Hydro Dragon, don't cry!
Doesn't seem to be of any use. It is just a legend after all.
You know, you might be a more popular magician if you understood the concept of romanticism. Or could at least play along.
Sorry, it might be because... It rained for longer than I suspected. Oh, it's already getting...
Was there something you needed to do?
Yeah, some preparations for the... On the day of the performance, just ride the aqua bus to the island of Araneus. I'll have...
Oh, are you leaving now?
What is it, Fremine? I'm in a hurry. Oh, Perhaps we could trouble... I'm afraid that...
No trouble at all.
Sorry for the...
Oh, no need, no...
Oh, hello there.
New customers? Looking to buy, or do you need something made?
Oh no!
Ah, these must be for Magic Pockets! No need. They've already prepaid several batches worth. When they told, but they insisted on paying the full amount.
Whoa. So,
I can't say for sure, but who knows? Maybe there's good money.
hey! Is this machine what you use to make stuff here? It looks really advanced.
Why use your hands when a machine can do the work? It would be a waste not to use the latest technology.
But where does a big machine like that?
Well, it's a little complicated, but basically, everything we usually use here in the city is powered by indemnitium. It's a type of...
Huh? How can trials produce energy?
Well, I'm not completely sure of all the details myself. When a trial is in session, the Oratrice Mécanique d'Analyse Cardinale harvests people's belief in justice and converts it into energy to be used all around Fontaine.
So that's what its other function is? Paimon heard that the Oratrice was created by the Archon to make judgments. But Paimon still doesn't get it. How could something unreliable like people's beliefs be turned into a... Oh, yeah! So that...
Even though I've never... Besides indemnitium, we have another type of energy called pneumosia. It isn't produced by...
I thought I'd find you hard at work, but here you are chatting the day away. Since you're already talking...
You again? Didn't I already promise you that I'd have...
Yeah, but how do we know that you won't go...
Huh? You...
Seems business isn't so great for the workshop. We've already finished our job and delivered the materials. Maybe now's a good time to leave?
Hey, hold on. Before you go around trying to collect payments, why don't you settle your own debts first? If Confrérie of Cabriere wants to poach clients from Northland Bank, that's fine. But I'm afraid you still owe the bank a hefty sum of mora. So why don't we work things out between us first, before you get back to your little conversation here?
You're from Northland Bank. But we said we'll pay everything we owe next month. Why are you hounding me now?
Traveler, Paimon! I didn't think I'd run into you here in Fontaine. What are the chances?
We're surprised to see you too. What are you...
Long story short, but it seems that fate, either way you look at it.
Pretty sure we'd want to avoid anything.
Hey, you!
Don't interrupt. It's not often I run into the Traveler like this. Why don't you wait?
You kidding? Aren't you the one looking for us? You really expect... Listen to me, boy. If you want your...
Hey, I just said not to interrupt. Oh, by the way,
Hey! That's way over the line! All right,
can you at least let me finish one sentence? Fine. Though the bank told me not to get rough with our... You're the ones who started it. This is an act of self-defense. You two will have to be my witnesses, okay?
Paimon's sure this won't take long.
You can run, but you can't hide.
What's your deal, Brad? How are you so strong if...
Oh, now you notice. It's... Huh?
Now's my chance!
Huh. That was weird. I'm not sure. It's as if I suddenly lost control of my hydro powers when I needed them. Maybe there's something wrong with my vision?
Strange. How could that happen? First time Paimon's ever heard of someone lose...
Never mind. It doesn't matter.
So what are you doing in fun...
Well, I guess it's... But recently...
Me?
That is a I can't remember if it was during that time I learned nearly... She was always quiet, and one time, because I had a wait...
What is it?
She never explained. In my dream, I was in the...
A whale? Oh, that sounds familiar!
That's just an abstract form of a whale that I create using... It takes that shape because...
So you used the whale as inspiration for one of your moves? Huh. Seems a little twist, so why don't you just go ask?
You make it sound so, but it's been years now.
Oh.
Yeah, I'm out of leads at this point, but there's nothing more I can do. It seems that strange encounters in this world tend to be elusive like that. Oh, seems the time really flies when I'm talking with you. I just remembered I have somewhere else I need to be, so I should get going.
What? More work for the Northland Bank?
No, it's more of a personal appointment. Lately, I've been sparring with some of Fontaine's official champion
Official champion duelists? You mean it's the...
Yep, in Fontaine, before a criminal goes to court. The champion duelists are all so engaging, and the worst case scenario, though it's rumored that Fontaine has a death penalty. So really...
So, do many...
Apparently, it's exceedingly... Besides, apparently the one I...
Well, that's child for ya.
Oh, before I forget, I want you to...
Huh? You're...
I'm just worried that it could become uncontrollable again. I'd be pretty upset if it got in the way of my duel. So, besides, I just need you to hold on to it for a short while.
Paimon knows what you're up to. You just want...
Whatever gave you that idea?
That sneaky guy. He said he... Well, since we don't have much... Wow! Who could have seen that coming? The report... sorry. The whodunit? It's so exciting to reach... Oh, Rennie said that the Opera House is on Aranias, so let's go ride the opera... What a place to hold a performance! No wonder Linny and Lynette were looking forward to it. Huh. Looks like there's a lot of people standing around the fountain up ahead.
Oh, Archon, please bless us with a bright and healthy child. We pray...
I don't know why you always feel the need to ask so much.
I guess if they're our kid, then there's no doubt they'll turn out smart.
Maybe this is one of the customs in Fontaine.
Vache.
What's wrong?
Vache. Vache.
No, Paimon didn't say anything.
Welcome to the Fountain of Lucine. All the water flowing through Fontaine converges here. It's customary for newlyweds to come here and wish for children.
Ah! Lynette! You scared Paimon! When did you get here?
Lenny asked me to wait here for you, remember?
Ah, right.
What do you mean? There are a lot of people here right now. In fact, you might not be.
It's because of her sensitivity to the hydro element? But what would hearing a voice have to do with elemental power?
When do you cry, Paimon?
Wait, what? What does that have to do with anything?
Just answer me. When do you cry?
When Paimon's really sad? Oh, and when Paimon's super happy. Oh, and also when Paimon's really, really scared.
Then you should understand that tears contain your most, like I just mentioned, the Fountain of Lucine. So maybe what you heard was the intense.
So, what did the voice say? Huh. If you were hearing their emotions...
Rather than worrying about them, we should worry about my brother first. Don't let that calm look of his.
Oh, right.
Illusion shattered!
Ah, Traveler and Paimon. Good to see you.
Are you kidding? We would have missed it for...
But you're actually right on time. The audience... The Opera House has assigned seating, so you always have to make reservations.
Ooh, front row seat?
Don't mention it. There's no need to keep
Hey, Lenny! Could you come over here and take a look?
Oh, I'll be right there. Seems there's an issue with the stage props over there. That's...
Yeah, we'll just go to... Oh, these should be our seats. Come on, let's... Hey, Traveler. Maybe we should strike up a conversation with the person next to us. Since we're sitting together... Oh, you little... Of course you put the...
Excuse me, I did not realize you felt awkward. I would be perfectly happy to chat with you if that is what...
Oh! Wait, that's not it. Paimon's... Sorry. Paimon's the one who was being rude, talking under her... Oh! Paimon...
A friend, you say? Well, if Mr. Linney would like to be my friend, I...
Oh, so you're not friends with Linny, then. Nice to meet you. Paimon is Paimon, and this is the Traveler. We just arrived in Vaude.
It is an honor to meet you two. I have heard of your deeds across Tevat. And as required by proper etiquette, I will also introduce myself. I am...
Oh, Monsieur Nervillet. What an honor it is to have you here to see my show.
Ah, Mr. Linney. I should say it is in fact an honor for me to see your performance in person.
Wait. Nervous...
I saw you all chatting just now, but allow me to introduce you to Fontaine's Chief Justice. That seat is always reserved for him. It wouldn't be too much to say that he's the symbol of justice and honesty here in...
Whoa! Sorry for being so rude.
No offense taken. Being Chief Justice is merely what I do for work. Nearly every person has their usual reserved seat, so I'm not so special, really. And by the way, I should probably let you know, there's someone sitting up there in the VIP seats that has been striking a pose for quite a while now. I believe she is trying to give you a most elegant and impressive first impression. So I think you should take notice of her sooner rather than later. Otherwise, she may become flustered.
Huh? Oh, it's Farina, the Hydro Archon. Huh. She sure has a smug and satisfied look on her face. Guess she has no—
Very good. That is for the best. No need to pay her any more attention. We may now enjoy the show.
Huh? So is this what things are like between the Chief Justice and the Hydro?
All right, please wait just a moment longer. I've pretty much finished my preparations, and the performance will start as soon as the—
Yay! The show's finally about to start! Paimon can hardly wait! Oh! They're dimming the lights! The show must be starting! Sorry. Paimon will try to stay quiet.
Welcome, one and all, to the Opera Epiclese. I am the star of today's show, Linny. And over here is my sister, Lynette, who will be working as my wonderful assistant. Please, let's give her a warm welcome.
Hello, everyone.
I know she may seem to be a little sleepy right now, but that's just a sign that she's nervous.
Whatever.
Now, some of you may be thinking, two vision holders who can freely manipulate elemental powers performing magic is not true magic at all. So, I would like to take a moment to assure you that elemental powers will have nothing— Both Lynette and myself have removed our visions for the show. That way, even the gods won't be able to help us.
Oh, good point. That's what makes the show real magic.
Now, without further ado, let the show be— I know you might miss her, but don't worry. She'll be coming right back on stage momentarily. Oh, and before I forget, there's one more thing I should say. You never know what can happen in the blink of an eye. A magician's greatest skill is making things disappear or appear. The possibilities are endless. Huh? But this isn't what you came for. These little tricks, you've seen them all before. So it's time for something truly extraordinary, don't you think? This one's a little tricky. Using this water tank, I shall make my sister vanish completely, right before your very eyes. It's actually quite simple. She'll just turn into air bubbles and float right out of the top. Oh no! I told them to check all the props carefully. With the lid on, even air can't escape. An amateur magician would be getting very nervous right around now. Luckily, it's me on stage, so let me show you what a true virtuoso can do. Lynette, are you still there? Don't go too far. We don't want to use up all our magic.
Hi, I'm back.
Uh-huh.
If we could see easily through his tricks, then that would mean that his skills are still lacking. To appreciate magic, you should focus on the show happening on stage, rather than getting...
Guess you're right. Paimon couldn't believe her eyes when...
Thank you everyone. I'm glad you enjoyed that performance. But our magical journey has only just begun. The magic of transformation and disappearance can go far beyond what you've just seen. I'm sure many of you are thinking that escaping the water tank was impressive enough. But Lynette is still my assistant in which case, I have ample time. So, for my next trick, I will require the participation of one lucky audience member. Please, if my assistants could bring out the magical boxes now. There are 2 boxes, and only 2 boxes. One is here, and one is there in the aisle among the audience. I'm sure many of our clever audience members have already guessed our next magic trick. A swap! Our lucky audience member and I will each enter a magic box. Now please, everyone pay very close attention to the box you see here. Don't give me any chance to make a move.
Wow! How's he gonna do this? Hey, do you think this is all magic tricks, or does Lenny have
The lucky audience member will be generated by this random number selector. It selects numbers entirely at random. Even I don't know who will be chosen to participate. Now then, let's begin. Let me see. Oh, row 7, seat 3. Congratulations! You now have the chance to experience magic firsthand for an entire minute. Please, come forward. My assistant will take you beside the magic box. I'm sorry, it might be a little cramped inside, but no need to feel nervous. We've carefully arranged everything for you to be as comfortable as possible. You don't need to do anything, but no matter what strange things may happen, don't come out of the box. If the magic is interrupted, who knows where you might end up? You might even find yourself in the Fortress of Meropide.
Oh, okay.
All right. Before I enter the magic box, there is one more thing I need to ask the audience to do. Could you all give me a countdown? Like this. 60, 59, 58. I won't be able to see anything in the pitch black box, so I'll be relying on your voices to know when time is up. Oh, and no tricks now. If you quickly count from 60 in just 30 seconds, then I'll be in a tough spot.
Ooh! Paimon kinda wants to count faster after hearing him say that!
No, that won't do. I can see. Come on, repeat after me. 60, 59, 58.
60! 59! 58!
That's right, perfect. Keep it going.
54? 53? Why aren't you counting, Nervalette?
I am counting in my head. I think things are exciting enough in here as it is. Merely a consequence of my identity and personality.
Oh! Alright. You look so serious that Paimon thought you might be 40! 39! 38!
Mr. Linney, are you all right in there? Is everything ready?
Yes, I'm fine. I'm just double-checking the direction of the magic. It would be a disaster if we get sent to the wrong places. For example, mid-air right above the audience.
Even though he's saying that, Lenny doesn't seem nervous at all. Ah! What was that noise? Did you hear it too? Not sure. Anyway, it doesn't seem like anyone's... 25! 24!
What's wrong, Mr. Linney? I can still hear you moving in there.
I seem to have accidentally knocked over a decoration. I'm trying to fix it, but it's pitch black in here. I can't...
Never mind the decorations. There's no time for that. The show is what's important.
No, that's unacceptable. I want my show...
19! 8!
It seems things aren't quite going as planned. It feels like you're all starting to count faster, but that's all right. I know it can be tiring to do such a long countdown. 10 seconds and change is still plenty of time.
10!
Almost there now.
8!
Whew. Swapping 2 people is harder work than you might think. Even a master magician like me can't guarantee I'll get it right the first time. Hey, wait! Is this the back one? I can't tell. They both look the same inside. Huh? Nope, that's not it. I'll try again.
7!
Hey, slow down! Honestly!
5! 4! 3!
Whoops! That doesn't count!
0!
Ta-da!
What happened? Is this part of the show? Mr. Lenny, you're going to use magic to fix the stage now.
What happened?
Oh no. Maybe this isn't part of the show. The girl was still in that box, right?
This performance is over. Medical staff with me. Guards, secure the scene and detain all the performers. Seal the exits. No one is allowed in or out at this time.
Yes, that's right. If this was just an accident, then we must investigate the cause. But if this was all part of some scheme, then...
No need to be alarmed, you two. We'll get to the bottom of this soon enough. Unfortunately, the person who is in the magic box has been pronounced dead. His name was Cowell, one of the assistants in Linny's magic troupe. Apparently, the fireworks on stage ignited the ropes that were suspending the water tank, which then caused the tank to fall onto the stage. As of now, we are still not sure why we found Cowell in the box, rather than the guest from the audience. And after an initial search of the area, the guards have confirmed that the girl is nowhere to be found. It appears that this incident was not merely some mishap with the performance. And there are many indications that it is connected with the case of the serial disappearances of young women.
The serial disappearances case?
That's the case that Charlotte mentioned before.
I know the truth. I can see through the whole thing. Really, using such a shallow and obvious mystery as his finale. Did he really underestimate us that? I say that our powerful magician, Mr. Lenny, is now the prime suspect for the serial disappearances case.
Huh? Why me? This whole thing was an accident.
Oh, this all occurred during your magic show, did it not? The missing girl disappeared after being chosen, did she not? The deceased is one of your assistants, is he not? Now that I think about it, that whole speech about magicians making things disappear was nothing more than a provocation.
That can't be right. How can Lenny do this? He was in the box on the stage the entire time. We can even hear his voice. Besides, before the show, he told us that he would like to catch the criminal behind the disappearances. He couldn't possibly mean catching himself.
Save discussion for a later time, please. Lady Farina, may I assume that your comments just now constitute...
I just think that he... Well, I think...
But what Lady Farina said just now makes perfect sense. Looks like...
A kidnapping and murder carried out under the cover of a magic show.
That's right. I mean you, traveler. You'll support Lenny. Then there's no problem at all. You know, the Traveler and I already... But with Lenny's help, our little duel ended in a draw. So, no more draws. Between the two of us, there must be a clear winner and...
It wasn't a draw. She obviously...
I understand. charges have now been... Well, traveler, seems Lady Farina has set you in her sights. Are you willing to act as Mr. Linney's attorney and defend him in this case? Very well. The trial will be held a day from Linney and his... The audience may begin...
A day isn't that long.
Linny!
Sorry about everything that happened just now.
Of course! Who wouldn't be scared?
Yeah, I'm a little shaken up myself. I know you already claimed that you would defend me, but now it's just us talking. Tell me, do you think I could possibly be the murderer? I understand. Even I'm not sure what happened, so I can only imagine how... I'm sure everyone sees me as the biggest suspect at this point. But if you ask me, the whole thing is mysteries. I don't know whether what happened there on the stage was purely an accident or not. As for how that girl chosen from the audience could suddenly disappear, I'm afraid I don't have any answers either. If even a skilled and knowledgeable magician like myself couldn't pull all that off,
Which is precisely why we need to investigate. As this book says, the impossible could not have happened. Whatever happened must have been that which is possible. Paimon bought them when we were reading at the bookshop in the city earlier. Pretty cool, huh? Don't worry, Paimon used her own savings to buy them. It wasn't from our travel.
I think they look cute on you, Paimon.
You have good taste, Lynette.
that's the right attitude. Feeling depressed, but with the guards watching, a good thing you agreed to be our attorneys.
Yes, thank you so much.
Yeah, just leave it to us. Oh, since we're going to start investigating...
Oh, well...
The secrets behind our magic are past saving, Linny.
I suppose you're right. 'Tis truly a pity. But if revealing our secrets, we should go somewhere else if we're going to discuss our magic tricks. We'll go speak with the guards, and in the meantime...
All right, let's go have a look while the investigation teams are still here. Hello, officer. How's the investigation going?
I see. You must be the traveler that Lady Farina mentioned. Listen, I'll be perfectly honest with you. I'd avoid getting mixed up in this whirlpool of a mess if I were you.
Huh? What do you...
Come with me and you'll see. The deceased is one of Linny's assistants, named Cal. Even though he hadn't joined the troupe long, he was hardworking and everyone generally liked him. The assistants are usually in charge of setting up and inspecting the props, as well as assisting with the show and keeping the crowd engaged. As you probably saw when you were in the audience, the water tank suddenly fell and smashed the box with Cowl inside it. This is the real mystery. We've already searched the scene and were unable to find any traces of the girl. However, if you look carefully, the box was positioned directly under the water tank. The ropes holding the tank were then burned by the pyrotechnics on stage, causing them to snap. All these factors lining up so perfectly makes it hard to see this as a mere accident. If anything, the more logical explanation is that the whole incident was intentionally planned, and Linny is the most likely person to have access to all these areas.
But he doesn't have a motive.
Are you both good friends of his?
Well, you can't say we're good friends, but we've known each other for...
So in just a short time, he was not only able to win your trust, but even convince you to act as his attorneys. I know there's no such thing as magic. The real trick of a magician is holding the audience in the palm of their hand. I've seen a lot of cases, and I can tell you that people are the least... Sorry, I tend to be pretty straightforward. Just know that I'm warning you for your own good. Anyway, you may investigate the scene of the...
The investigation team has some new findings. Turns out there's an issue with the random number selector after all.
See, I told you. What if the machine picked some...
Sorry to interrupt, but we're helping Linny and Lynette with their side of the investigation.
You're trying to help them? That'll be a tall order.
Lenny used the machine to pick a random member of the audience during his performance, right? The lucky girl that later disappeared. Well, we thought there might be a serious problem with the machine, so we...
It turns out that the seat number it picked wasn't random at all. The machine picks that same number every time. I'm sure you already know that you have to make a reservation in advance to get a seat, regardless of whether it's a trial or some... In other words, Lenny knew who would be sitting where from the very beginning.
That much checks out. Lenny...
Bet you see why I was saying it'd be tough to make a case for Lenny.
Even though it's bad for Lenny's case, Paimon had... Hello there! What are you investigating?
Oh, this location has also been cordoned off because the Magic Troop members are currently considered prime suspects. The investigation to the seats were all booked in advance, so we were able to deduce the missing woman's identity by checking the guest list. Sure, it's not like this is confidential information. We will publish it later anyway when we petition the public to help. Her name is Halsey. She's a painter from Fontaine who's made a bit of a name for herself. Apparently, she wasn't a regular at the Opera House, but she'd been feeling some pressure with her work lately, which made her decide to come see the magic show. The Magic Troupe members all claim not to know her. Simply put, she wasn't related to the Magic Troupe at all, which matches the features of the previous.
Were the victims of previous cases also chosen at random?
That's how it seems to us, in any case. Apart from the fact that they were all young...
Okay then.
No need to be so... It is of utmost...
So this is... The rope looks pretty durable. How can it be burned through so quickly by fireworks? Why are you suddenly so serious, Traveler? Whoa. Look! This bit is made from different material! Most of it was burned away, but there's still a little bit of it left. So if a rope meant to hold something was made with the... Wait! Paimon should write all this down! Let's...
I see that you're investigating the area. If you find any new and interesting leads...
We don't have too many thoughts yet.
Then why don't I tell you my hypothesis first? The way I see it. And I'll start it with that loud thud.
The thud? Oh, you mean this...
Yes, exactly. It wasn't terribly loud, but I suspect that most people heard it. It's just that everyone was awaiting the results of Lenny's trick with bated breath. So no one paid it much mind. But now that the incident has happened, the thud has become an important clue.
That makes sense.
I'm of the opinion that it may have been the sound of Lenny's accomplice. Lynette, perhaps. Jumping atop the water tank or something like that. And when the pyrotechnics went off, she cut the rope, sending the water tank crashing down.
Wait, wasn't the noise we heard too loud for that?
Perhaps the balance wasn't right, leading to a particularly... Oh, that's true.
That does remind Paimon though.
Lenny's still talking to the I think some Lenny's still talking to the I think some
The murder. This rope, people needed to.
Hey, you! Yes, both of you! Over here! I've been keeping an eye on you for a while now.
Huh? You mean us?
That's right. If I'm not mistaken, you're also among those who wish to cut down the thorns and pursue the truth. No? And by the looks of it...
Well, you're right on the more about that one, but who are you?
Have you never heard of the Spina di Rosula? From mediating disputes and providing protection to solving conundrums, you name it, Spina di Rosula does it. And I, Navia, have the honor of being its renowned president. Though those who play by our rules call me...
I'm Silver, her attendant. Pleased to meet you.
And I'm Melus, Demoiselle's various daily needs and affairs.
Huh? Boss? Demoiselle?
Well, I am the second...
My apologies, Demoiselle. Should you prefer, boss, I will endeavor to use that.
No, no need. You don't have to call me boss. Just Navia is fine.
Okay, if you say so.
All merely trifling details. No, that's right. I've always kept an eye on... Judging from the look of...
Really? We think so too! That's why we're looking for clues now. But how did you come to that conclusion?
Intuition, naturally. Farina sure was quick to point the finger at Linny without any decisive evidence whatsoever, wasn't she? But that's not uncommon for her. Anyway...
Sounds more like you just don't trust the Hydro Archon.
Well, what's your opinion? All right, I've answered your question. Now, it's time you answer mine.
Wait a minute!
Well, I say it does. But don't worry. You won't hear any pointless... In your opinion, do you think it's right to treat a trial like...
Well?
And why would that be? See, Silver and Maloose? I told you they'd be different.
Most astute of you, demoiselle. I too think that the Traveler's response was most excellent. No matter how wonderful the script or how fervent the audience's expectations may be, and if that can be done, boss, then...
All right, that's quite enough, Maloose. Anyway, now, I need to make some preparations, following which our joint investigation shall commence. You two shall be my assistants.
Wait! Since when did we become assistants? That's more like it.
Far be it from me to brag, but I believe that Demoiselle's intuition will be instrumental in you wish to save a friend from false accusation.
You have a point. You're quite the talker, aren't you, mister? And what about you over there? What do you think? You seem like you've got something on your mind.
I have nothing to add.
Oh, alrighty then.
We'll be making some preparations first. Just be sure to let us know if they start revealing Linny's tricks. Thanks!
Sorry, but no one can freely enter or exit the Opera House at the moment. If you wish to leave, you must register your identity with us first.
No, we're not leaving. We're representing Linny and Lynette as attorneys, so we're investigating the case. Were you always guarding this entrance?
Yes. After the Chief Justice gave the order, everyone coming in or out must... so the missing girl couldn't have left from here. At least, not from that point on. I doubt there was much opportunity then.
How can you be so sure?
Well, because I was in charge of security near the entrance at that time. I couldn't see Linny's performance from here, which was quite a shame. But still, I did not abandon my post. And I stayed put no matter how loud the applause was. If someone had so much as even approached the door, I would have noticed it, let alone
So, it's safe to... All right, thank you for your help. We've checked everything of note here at the performance venue. Paimon wonders how Linny's discussion with the guards is going. Let's go see, shall we?
Understood. Then I will be going with you. Just so you're aware, I will be monitoring your actions and making notes as necessary.
Very good. Thanks for being so...
You may spare the pleasantries. I'm just doing my job.
You've arrived. Who's this?
Me? I'm Spina di Rosula's guardian angel. If you've got a problem, I've got the firepower. Sorry, I got a little carried away there. Call me Navia. And these are my companions. Would you mind if they join as well?
Fine by me.
Oh, new helpers?
Well, let's just say we're tagging along. It's not every day you get to see the secrets behind magic performed on...
I appreciate your kind interest. Come with me. We'll be heading below stage.
Huh? Below stage?
Yes, a world of secrets is hidden beneath this magic box, prepared specifically for this switcheroo trick. But before I reveal everything, you should have a look first. Notice anything strange here? I'm not trying to be dramatic. Remembering the details of a trick will help you understand the methods used to perform it more easily.
Huh. Weren't there balloons and other decorations here? Where did all that go?
Ah, good eye. That said, you're still far from discovering the answer.
The back? You mean the inside of the door? What's different about it, Paim?
Very good indeed. I thought the back of this door was patterned. Those patterns are now gone, replaced by a smooth wooden board. So, if you put 2 and 2 together, what do you get? Exactly. All right, let's go.
Oh, so there was a passageway under the magic box!
I knew you'd figure out most of it as soon as you saw this place. The 2 magic boxes are positioned right above the 2 entrances of the tunnel. See this flatbed trolley? The box with the lucky audience member in it would be shuttled over to the other side using the trolley.
This trolley can raise and lower and even rotate, ensuring that the box will face in the right direction.
I see. So that's the purpose of the...
Precisely. The inner box would descend after the audience member was put inside and be...
So that's how you did it!
Once the box was lowered, the trolley would store some energy through this device here, with which it would complete the rest of the steps. The audience member would only be able to feel some slight movements in the dark, and by the time she walked out, she would already be back on stage.
Right! You were talking that whole time, and you even came out for a moment near the end!
Ah, yes. A phonograph operated by Lynette was used to achieve that effect. My assistant and I had already scripted our conversation beforehand. When the countdown began,
And what about Lynette?
I was in the mezzanine space in the back of the box.
Oh,
That's how we were able to coordinate Linny's lines with the assistant. And, by the way, I was the one who walked out of the box at the end.
I mean, we are twins. All it takes is a change of clothes and no one can tell who's who. And that's my favorite part of this trick.
So that's how it all worked! Wow.
Lynette would briefly walk out of the box and then go back in. And then I walk out of the other box, but as you saw, Cal was in the box, not our audience member. She, on the other hand, mysteriously vanished.
We really don't know how that happened.
If not for that interlude, this would have been an astonishing trick. I probably never would have figured out how you pulled it off. And yet, to think that someone was able to use this magic trick to commit a crime. Could we have a look around? I think we can...
This is the scene of the crime, so Linny and Lynette are not permitted to stay here. I'll escort them back up.
Yes, of course. No need to be so strict now. I won't disappear into thin air, you know.
Thanks, everyone. We're counting on you.
What's this?
Looks like a hook tied to the end of a rope. Huh? There's a...
Perhaps it was a prop for a different trick. But why would it have been left here?
Whatever it is, let's...
The floor is wet. Please be careful not to slip.
Speaking of which, why would there be water?
Oh! Paimon knows! It's one of those tricks where you pour water into a jug and then flip the jug over only for the water to disappear? And here's a broken vase! Huh.
That can't be. The trolley moves along tracks from start to finish. It couldn't have hit the... Oh, these are the clothes that the lady chosen from the audience was wearing, right? Her clothes are here, but she's nowhere to be found.
Right. And do you really need to do that if you're kidnapping them? Ugh, this is so confusing. Paimon doesn't want to be a detective. What is this place?
It seems someone could fit through here.
Alone, perhaps. But if they had to pull another person with them...
But there are no other ways in or out of here. Oh, you're right. Let Paimon write that. Seems we're just about done investigating down here.
Yes, let's head back up. Well, we've ascertained the state of the crime scene. Let's find a place to sort out our findings once...
Apologies for the wait.
So, what did the guards say? Did the criminal escape?
They believe the odds of that are very low, since the vent leads to the Opera House. The guards have checked the area carefully. No one left through the basement during the performance or after the...
So the tunnels become like a secret chamber then.
No wonder Farina was so confident in her accusation.
In other words, the charges are very likely to be upheld.
Charges and then...
That's right. This is how a trial... That's right. The statements from both sides, the defenses from attorney... To put it simply, it's as if the oratrice...
This also precludes any kind of fake...
Once both sides have finished speaking, the Chief Justice will make his final decision. This, too, will be used by the oratrice as a reference. Then, finally, the oratrice will be consulted by officials. The result it returns is the will of justice itself.
Huh? So that machine is the one that actually decides? Paimon thought Neuvillette called the shots.
In practice, there is very little difference. Both have always come to the same judgment, which is why people have great faith in the Chief Justice. Ah, yes, the guards also asked me to convey that none of us will be allowed to leave this place before the trial.
Huh? Why?
Because we've chosen to act as the twins' proxies. That makes us persons related to the case.
They're concerned that we might be colluding with outside parties, or that we might find outside help to disrupt the case. And even if that were not so, it could prove problematic if we happen to spread key information about the case ahead of time.
I'm ready to break out at any time.
Whoa! There's no need for that! Paimon thinks they have a point. That said, are they providing food?
Of course. I just hope you don't mind the lack of options. I'm afraid that catering to all tastes is not in the cards, nor is any guarantee of balanced nutrition.
In that case, let's just sort out our findings together here. Pity. I was hoping to take you to try some of Fontaine's famous desserts, too. I mean, what better way to properly think through our findings than over some tea and sweets?
Huh. Breaking out suddenly doesn't seem like such a bad idea after all. Just kidding! Paimon will still do her best, even if there are no snacks.
What do you mean, no snacks? Of course we'll have snacks.
Huh?
Understood, Demoiselle. Everyone, please come with me.
Wait, you're carrying a portable stove with...
Yes, I must be prepared to meet the Demoiselle's baking needs whenever the fancy strikes her.
I have eggs, sugar, and almonds at the ready.
Good work, you two. Then I'll get to it. Please sit tight for a moment. You'll get to taste my awesome snacks soon enough.
These three are quite the interesting group. And Paimon thought it smelled good. From the way you had these two guys carrying all that stuff around, Paimon thought you'd have them do more during the baking process. But you ended up doing the entire thing by yourself! Beating the egg whites, grinding almonds.
I was applauding.
And I was giving encouraging smiles.
Paimon was just thinking. Aren't you worried about getting your fancy dress dirty?
Well, I don't think it's carved in stone anywhere that fancy ladies can only read books, sip tea, ride horses, and play the piano. I just really enjoy making snacks. Don't underestimate beating egg weights, by the way. It's a real arm workout. You also need to beat them to just the right consistency, or your macarons will crack. Anyway, give these a try, fresh out of the oven. There's 3 for each of us.
Only 3?
Well, eating too many sweet treats might send all that sugar to your head. You wanna—
Tea is ready to be served as well. This is Demoiselle's favorite, strong black. No need for concern. I'm merely doing as I should.
All right then. Down to business. However, we can assume that Linny and Lynette were not alone within it. The magician twins could have committed the crimes.
Exactly! Why would they do such a—
The flower vase and the thud we heard during the performance could indicate some altercation between Halsey and the criminal in the tunnel, resulting in the shattering of the vase, the discarding of her clothes, and her abduction. Perhaps the criminal thought that since she was chosen from the crowd, she would be too easy to identify if she was still wearing the same clothes.
Paimon thinks that makes sense, but—
True. None of the clues we found.
Could Halsey have—
That's right. And even if she had to, nor does she have—
From the sound of things, your macarons are—
They are my specialty, after all.
What? 5? Oh, that can't be right. Paimon only counted 3!
Please don't worry about it. At my age, a few less sweets might actually be a good thing.
No. Being greedy is one thing, but Paimon knows how to count. Besides, Paimon knows that if she ate too many, then others wouldn't have enough. Wait, even you don't believe Paimon? How could you? If Paimon ate those 2 extra macarons, then may they turn into stone in her stomach!
All right, we get it. Well, I suppose one of us might have gotten too engrossed in our— Maloose, set up the stove again, if you would.
Huh?
Making sure everyone gets 3 macarons, of course.
Exactly. We don't want to trouble—
As you wish, Demoiselle.
And I have the egg, sugar, and almonds.
Well, this
Well, that's it for snack time. I'm going to have another look around. I don't know what we're looking for yet. It would be awkward if you got all tongue-tied on stage during the trial.
All right, thanks for your help, and for the snacks.
It was nothing. A small task for the Spina di Rosula. Silver, Maloose, it's time to go. I'll be back if I find anything new.
All right, it's time to put our heads together. We've got to get our— do? The whole situation is so confusing. Good plan.
Just relax. Even if everyone else suspects. Besides, I doubt Farina under.
Thanks, Navia. Well?
Best of luck to you.
Ah, finally, you're back. Well, how—
To be honest, you might be disappointed.
No. We're already very grateful that you were willing to help.
Well now, don't you all look disappointed? Don't tell me that your investigation— That was to be expected, of course. The guilty— But don't let that stop you. I shall be terribly disappointed.
Since both parties are present, I declare that the trial regarding the magic show incident is now in session. Firstly, in order for the audience to understand the causes and results of the incident, could we
Yes, of course. I will explain while Lynette demonstrates on stage. All the necessary items have been prepared.
Thank you, Mr. Linney. In that case, I take your statement to be that you ran to and remained hidden within the magic box in the audience stands once the trick began, and thus could not have committed the crime. Is this correct?
Yes, that's correct, Your Honor.
In that case, I call upon the prosecution. Lady Farina, do you wish to refute his statement in any way?
Why, of course I do. Allow me to take the first shot and break this case wide open. Mr. Linney is clearly lying. There is no way you could have been in the box the whole time if you were to abduct Halsey and murder Cowell. In fact,
That is simply your hypothesis based on the presumption that I'm guilty.
Oh, is that so? And if I may ask, what did you hear while you were inside your—
The roaring countdown of the crowd, of course. That's how I kept track of the time and built anticipation for the finale.
And you didn't hear anything else at all?
No, nothing.
I see. But when the count reached 30 seconds or so, there was a thud. One so loud that I believe practically everyone heard it.
Huh?
Hey, hang on. Something's not right here.
Yeah, I'm sure he could have heard a noise that loud from—
I was right by the box and I definitely heard the thud.
Look at those scales. Could those mean...
Well then, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to use the words of the magician himself. You never know what can happen in the blink of an eye. Indeed, it seems his alibi can also collapse in the blink of an eye. Of course, I have armed myself to do far more than smash your alibi. Confidence cannot go unfounded, and my foundations are rock solid. Tell me, aren't you and Lynette actually from the House of the Hearth?
The House of the Hearth?
No wonder they did something like this.
So the serial disappearances were the Fatsui's doing. Now it all—
I've got a feeling that what happened on stage probably wasn't just an
That's irrelevant. Our identities have nothing to do with what happened.
Indeed. Then perhaps you could tell us everything that happened. Your first priority is to prove yourself innocent after all. I'm sure there is little that needs to be kept secret now. Unless your script already has holes in it. The Outlander is speechless. My, oh my, don't they look flabbergasted? Now comes the infighting and discord, I suppose. Oh, good thing I made all those preparations. Seems the all-nighter I pulled last night is really paying off.
Hey, Linny, why didn't you tell us this before?
Order! Order! Mr. Linney, allow me to re-establish the facts. Lady Farina has raised 2 points. First, when the thud was heard in the Opera House, you were neither in the box nor the tunnel. Second, you and Miss— Are these claims true? Please answer my question.
I'm sorry. Yes, they're true, Your Honor.
I knew it!
Well, that's it. We might as well move on to the sentencing already.
What should we do now?
Granted. In that case, what is your request?
Is that really necessary? They're all...
The defendant deceived their own attorneys. What is there left to discuss?
Order! Order, I say! Your request is reasonable, and we shall adjourn. This trial will reconvene in 1 hour.
So you would stick to Mr. Linney's defense even after knowing what you do now? You certainly have more professionalism than I thought. In that case, my dear audience, let...
Well, this is awkward. I didn't think the Hydro Archon would dig all. I'm sorry, Traveler and Paimon.
Yeah, sorry.
Paimon just knew we based our entire reasoning on the assumption that you meant to set the wrong tone or anything.
I'm very sorry. I know you've clashed with the Vatui several times before. I wouldn't be surprised if just hearing the word, but our organization is very, very large, and the Harbin...
Right now, we want to save people. As many as we can.
That's right. I'm sure we're on the same page when it comes to this nation and the disaster that I knew if it weren't for our respective identities. That's why I didn't wish to flat out lie to you. The truth is very important, but being completely transparent about everything would seem right. So, you be the judge. Heck, if I were you, I fear that I'd even struggle to trust me at this point. You met a Fatus who works as a magician, a trickster by trade. All by coincidence, but still, I'm asking you to trust me. I am no...
Sorry. Please.
Well, you both say that, but... Right. Let's hear your...
Of course. I'll answer it. We've been trying to find out how the Oratrice operates. We want to know why it has... During our investigation... From that moment...
Is that what you needed?
That's right. So, after...
That air vent was created during the construction of the tunnel specifically to execute this step.
Well, nothing. What should have been a... That voice seemed to recognize me and tried to speak to me. On the way back, after that...
Well, that explains why you didn't hear the thud.
Because of that prophecy I told you about, of course. We must know all we can about this nation's secrets in order to deal with that prophesized crisis.
That's the only way we can save everyone.
So, there you have it. The whole... It was never my wish to proceed under this cloud of mistrust, but like I said...
Well, Traveler, you decide. Paimon will follow your lead however you choose.
Okay.
Thanks for giving us a chance.
The current problem is that the scales are tipped pretty badly against you. If we want to refute the Hydro Archon's accusations, we're gonna need a seriously watertight defense. Huh?
Both parties have returned to their positions. Let us continue the trial. When last we left off, Mr. Linney acknowledged the new evidence presented by Lady Farina as fact. Therefore, Lady Farina may continue stating her reconstruction the events.
At this stage, let's revisit that scene from Linney's perspective. Countdown began, he entered the tunnel. When the flatbed trolley passed, he opened the box and got into an altercation with Halsey, which caused the loud thud.
He did not realize that this sound could be heard by everyone in the opera house, which is why he claimed Finally, he used the vase to knock her out, before making her change clothes to prevent others from recognizing her. At this time, Cowell arrived in the tunnel, having heard that strange noise, and caught Linny red-handed. So Linny proceeded to knock him out too before stuffing him into that box. Afterward, Linny passed the unconscious Halsey to his accomplice through the magic box in the audience stands, before operating the devices such that Cowell's death would be ruled an accident. And there you have it. That's the truth behind what happened.
Does the defendant's side have any objections to Lady Farina's description of the events?
The key to refuting Lady Farina is the order of events. What Linny experienced and what he saw. Seems... According to Linny, Linny went to the room. Linny did not take part in the underground altercation.
Attention! Ace Detective Paimon has something to say! When the countdown started, Linny did indeed go into the tunnel. But he immediately used a vent to access the Opera House basement, which is once he reached that area, he heard a voice in what should have been the crime scene had already developed by the time he reached the tunnel again. And in order to complete the magic trick, he didn't. Finally, he reached the surface, and that was when the accident happened from his point. Paimon did it!
In other words, you believe that he knew nothing of the incident?
That's right!
My reasoning?
If that's the case, then if Cowell hadn't entered the tunnel, who was the entire setup meant to kill? Assuming that what you say is true, Linny only needed to kidnap the young girl to cause a new disappearance case. What would...
Oh, they have a...
That's right, you tell him! And that's why they're partners of mine. Well, your denial is very strident. Of course I do. If he had been in the magic box the whole time, how could he have not heard that sound? You're saying that he wasn't?
Are you sure we don't need to give this more thought? Paimon... That's right! Linny wasn't in the box or in the tunnel. That's why he didn't... This means that when the crime happened, Linny had already entered the basement via the vent. The same clue you used to disprove his alibi has now become the best proof!
Well... To think you'd use such logic. Well then, if it wasn't Linny who committed the crimes, then who was it?
Halsey is the missing person and an ordinary audience member. The deceased's name is Cowl.
Huh? That can't be right. The killer was, in fact, Cowl!
Oh, is that so? What I must do next is recreate the truth. What Cowl did, and how he went from would-be perpetrator to victim. No one entered or left the Opera House through its entrances. So... the sound we heard may have come from a clash between the missing Halsey and the criminal. It would have been tough for both people. The sound we heard may have... it would have been tough for both people to... No one entered or left the... The deceased's name is Cowl. No one entered or left. The sound we heard may... Halsey's clothing with... Lenny was not in the... The deceased's name is It would have been tough for both Halsey's clothing... Lenny was not in the The deceased's name is It would have been tough for both people No one entered or left.
What's wrong, Traveler? Are you still having trouble figuring things out?
I see how it is.
Look, since we're at a dead end, why not consider a different? Just like the trick as it transpired, the end result must have been utterly different from the magician's initial design.
If only we knew how Halsey disappeared.
Well, that would be nice, but the tunnel only has 3 exits, and none of them seem very likely. And it's not like this is a magic trick where you can just make a real...
Excuse my interruption, dear opponents, but...
If the defense is unable to make further effective arguments, we will move on to the next stage of the trial.
Lenny was not in the tunnel at that moment, which gave our criminal ample time. The sound we heard may have come from a clash between the missing Halsey and the criminal. The deceased's name is Cowl, Lenny's... No one entered or left the It would have been tough for both people to fit into that vent. Halsey's clothing was... The vase was not broken.
Paimon gets it! It all comes together if Halsey disappeared instead of being... Lynette escaped from the water tank, vanishing gradually and leaving only clothes behind. If there's a similar method where a person could be
Just a moment, please. I do hope you know how preposterous you sound at the moment. How could a person ever be transformed into water? This is Must we really? Magic tricks are
Even so, the truth must be out there somewhere. Perhaps some new line of reasoning may open if we try. Since Cal was the deceased, we haven't placed much attention on him. But given that we aren't making much progress with the case, it wouldn't hurt to have a look at his belongings, would it?
People really do come up with all sorts of harebrained schemes when at the end of their rope.
Nevertheless, I believe that this is a reasonable request on the part of an attorney. Since the trial does indeed appear to be at an Guards, please step into the lounge and examine.
We are still examining the items, but we have already made critical progress that we discovered several test tubes of fluid within Cowell's baggage, each labeled. The notebook in his backpack claims that these fluids are water from the primordial sea.
The primordial sea?
The note's contents also indicate that Cowell belonged to an organization that sells illegal drugs and that he had an accomplice. The notebook has many entries concerning safe usage of these fluids, in which the keyword dissolve appears many times. One of these tubes was labeled Opera Epiclese, along with yesterday's date. It is empty. The notes also state that these dissolution properties work exclusively on people from Font. As such, we believe that the defense's hypothesis is, in fact...
You've got to be kidding! People dissolving into...
Could something so ridiculous...
Wait a moment. This reminds me of a certain prophecy, but...
Huh. If people can become water, does that mean that the water tank's real use was as a means to hide water stains? And if Cowell... Wait just a minute. Could that mean... You two, wait...
Demoiselle, wait! What about your partner?
Let's go. Just...
Order! Order! Still, Guards, please continue examining the items along these lines. Mr. Linney, it appears your hypothesis is supported by the evidence, so please continue speaking.
Of course. Thank you, Your Honor. If we uphold this hypothesis, I believe that many of this case's seemingly unrelated clues can be connected together.
Right! Like the metal hood! Let's think about this. Cowell's methods must have something to do with that water from the primordial sea.
The deceased's name is Cowell, Linny's assistant. The water from the primordial sea. Lynette was in the magic box on stage the rope that strung the Lynette was in the magic box on I remember there was the rope that strung the water from the primordial Lynette was in the magic box. Now it seems like the hook. Lynette was in the magic box on the rope that strung the Now it seems like the hook rope. I remember there was something else. Now it seems like the hook rope. Lynette was in the magic box. Now it seems like the hook rope. The water from the primordial sea. I remember there was...
It's in the original plan. Cowell would tamper with the water tank rope, and the number selector securing his target. When the magic box containing Halsey was lowered, the metal hook would retract gradually and pierce the balloon at the top of the box. When the balloon attached to the box popped, the water from the primordial seed inside it would pour down and dissolve Halsey. Afterward, Cowell would enter the tunnel and break the flower vase to conceal the water inside the tunnel, with the remaining evidence being covered up by the water tank on stage. But he encountered something unexpected in the tunnel.
Huh. That does make sense.
That actually links together a lot of the more confusing pieces of evidence.
Oh dear, what do I do? Even I think they sound convincing now. Have I falsely accused an innocent person.
Now, it seems like the only point of contention remaining is the exact circumstances that led to... His notes mentioned he had an accomplice who could be related to the situation.
On that note, the guards have just contacted me indicating that they uncovered new evidence. I shall now invite him on stage to share...
Thank you, Your Honor. We were just inspecting the luggage of the other people involved in this case, and we found an identical sample of the water from the primordial sea among Linny's personal effects.
What?
That can't be. Oh, I see. Does this not clear all, my dear citizens? Linny did not need to take part in the dissolution of the young woman at all. Indeed, he did leave the scene via the... having made modifications to the props beforehand. But upon his return, in cruel... Ultimately, he knocked Cowell out, and the tool meant now, as much as I regret having come to such a viciously straightforward... Am I right?
We've used up all the evidence we collected. There's no way... Is this the end of the road?
Oh no! Paimon can... seems using the water as new evidence was too good a move.
I think we've all seen enough now. I believe this is indeed the... Now then, my good, noble Chief Justice...
Excuse me, everyone, but I must interject.
Miss, I must ask you not to shout, and to respect the honor...
Oh, come on. Don't be hasty. I have a good reason for interrupting, you know. Now, would anyone here like to take a little break from all this debate and see a little magic? I'll show you an amazing trick. One that can bring a young woman who has disappeared back in the flesh, right before your very eyes. Please.
What in the world is...
No offense, miss, but miracles like that are beyond my scope as a magician.
Come on now, don't be silly. Magic is all about myth. Once everyone believes the illusion, can't magic reveal the truth to them once again? And wouldn't such a trick... Come on, Lenny and Lynette. Give it another go. But, as the magic makers and stars of the show, I think I should leave the final performance.
I understand.
And voila!
Sorry for the interruption.
Wait, isn't that Halsey? So, the whole thing about people...
To be clear, I'm only here because this person told me that if I testified, the merit of doing so would lessen my sentence. I was hiding outside this room listening to the proceedings because I was afraid that I would be the one put on trial. I was just feeling happy that no one had noticed me. And then, before I knew it, she caught me.
That'll teach you to underestimate us.
Where should I begin?
What?
Firstly, my name isn't Halsey. It's Lillian, and I'm originally from Mondstadt. I heard that Linny's show was gonna be a real thriller, but I missed the chance to buy a ticket, so I stole one. That's how I make a living. I steal stuff here and there. And I'd never been caught before. But I was noticed at the harbor a few days ago, and I barely got away. Linny was the one who caught me in the act.
Hey! No wonder you look familiar. Liddy even mentioned that you were pretty skilled.
Well, and I thought that would have been the end of it. He even mentioned the Fortress of Meripede. That's a prison, isn't it? So you can imagine how shocked I was. I thought he was onto me for sure. So I played along with the I wasn't going to take that lying down, so I knocked him out and stuffed him into the box. There was nowhere to run from there, though, so I had to change my clothes and hide in a box containing performance costumes. I slipped out after the first guard arrived at the scene and continued hiding inside the opera house.
Can a person even hide in there?
But I swear, I didn't know that the water tank would fall down. Really, I swear it. Had I known that, I wouldn't have put him in the magic box. I may be a thief, but I'm no killer.
Well, that makes everything pretty clear now, doesn't it?
This time, we need to tell the entire... The strange The flower vase was... Lillian was a...
And it's Ace Detective Paimon time! Having been selected out of the blue, Lillian panicked. Her panic only intensified. Hearing the commotion, Cowl leapt into the tunnel, only to discover that Lillian had not dissolved. He did not know that Lillian, mistakenly believing that the two broke the flower with no way of escaping, she... that she would have to go through guard inspection if she tried to leave afterward. So...
She had already become desperately hungry by the time we were chatting over macarons. So, she swiped 2 of them right under our noses. Talk about a sneaky thief.
At this point, all the events that happened in the tunnel have now come to light.
Ah, so that's the whole story. Bravo! Bravo!
Now then, Lady Farina, do you wish to speak again? Please answer the question, Lady Farina. Also, if I may add, the trial has not yet ended. As such, I request that the prosecution not leave the room before the proceedings have concluded.
What? Are you reading my mind now? No. I have no
Wow! Look at that!
If there are no objections, then as the Chief Justice of Fontaine, I shall once again repeat the actual perpetrator of the serial disappearances, Cowl, selected his next victim from the audience reservation list. With some modifications to the selector, he could ensure that the pre-selected young woman would to cover up any evidence while committing the deed. Cowl thought of allowing the water tank to fall, which would conceal the water left behind after the young woman was dissolved. He also tampered with the rope suspending the water tank, using the fireworks at the end of the performance to cause the tank to drop and hide the watermark. He poured the water from the primordial sea into a balloon during the preparation of the magic box and stuck it to the box's lid. Finally, he passed the prepared hook on a rope through the gap in the magic box's door when bringing the young woman to said box. When the magic trick officially began, the box containing the woman was lowered into the tunnel, tightening the hook rope and bursting the balloon containing the water. If all had gone to plan, the young woman would be dissolved at this time. However, Lillian was not from Fontaine, and thus fled the box with a loud noise. Realizing that there was trouble, Cowl entered the tunnel and met Lillian. Thinking that the waters had not yet taken effect, he decided to proceed. However, his opponent was more capable than he thought, and he was overcome, knocked unconscious, and placed into the magic box, and thus became his own final victim. Lillian, according to her own statements, then changed clothes and hid until the performance ended, before hiding in other parts of the opera house. As for Linny, he was in the underground structures within the opera house, and was thus ignorant of these happenings. From this reconstruction of events, we can conclude that Linny, the accused, is in fact innocent.
Hooray, Linny and Lynette!
While there is much in Linny and Lillian's conduct, this case at least can be handed over to the Oratrice to make the final decision. As such, Linny and Lynette are...
Great work, partners.
Thank you all. Thank you so much.
Next, I think we deserve an explanation, Guard Vaughn. How did you find the water from the primordial sea in Linny's baggage?
Right! Your discovery caused me to make a serious mistake, you know. Or was that...
I suspect that the accomplice mentioned in Cowell's notes was not Linny, but you, yes? I'm sure you know what you must do to
Speak quickly! Unless you want to earn yourself a one-way ticket to Coupon Town.
I was just following orders. We were supposed to place blame for the serial disappearances onto Linny, and thus cause suspicion to fall on the Fatui. The higher-ups said this was the best opportunity to do so.
And now that your plan has fallen through, and the secrets... Therefore, you would be wise to tell everything you know.
Yes! Our boss discovered that the water can cause people to dissolve. It can also be made into a potion, which when extreme... We've been in this...
And now he can no longer talk.
Such ruthlessness. I shouldn't have expected any less of them.
An outrageous act. All present, please submit to inspection immediately.
So, we're just going back now? That's true, but...
Traveler, Paimon! Please wait.
Linny...
I know you may not want to speak to me right now. Maybe you don't even want to look at me. But still, let me thank you again for defending me to the end. Even after you learned that I'm a member of the Fatui. I guess. But I didn't approach you with any ulterior motives or ill intent. I've spoken to you as myself. As for why I'm a Fatus, it's because the goals of the House of the Hearth align with those of an orphan like me. That was how Father, who you might know as the Knave, approached recruiting us back then too.
The Knave? The one who controls the House of the...
That's right. And since we're here, I was wondering, would you mind hearing a story? Back when our parents first died, Lynette and I were left wandering to survive. I took my sister through several streets until we found a crowded corner. To my surprise, we proved to be pretty popular, and we could at least stop worrying about where our next meal would come from for a time. But I didn't want my sister to remain a street rat together with me forever. Before long, an aristocrat came to me and claimed that he wished to take us in after watching my performances.
So you went from orphans to nobility just like that?
That was how we felt at first too. As if fate was on our side and we could say goodbye to those painful days. But I gradually discovered that while we were called foster children, he was really after my talent for magic tricks. He would constantly take me to all sorts of banquets to garner attention, which he would then use to expand his social circles.
That doesn't seem too bad either. Better than roaming the streets at any rate.
It took a while for me to realize just how dark his heart really was. After one particular performance at a banquet, I discovered that Lynette was not on the same return vehicle as me. I waited a long time after we returned home, but she did not come back. I went to that noble's bedroom and asked him about her whereabouts. The answer he gave me was, she caught the eye of the most eminent person at the banquet, so I sent her over as a gift. I mean, you'll be able to perform your magic regardless of who your assistant is, yes?
Oh no. So he was gonna... But wouldn't Fontaine's laws deal with such people?
As far as outsiders are concerned, this is a relationship akin to adoption or foster care. and they have their ways of escaping the eye of the law. I managed to ferret out the location of the mansion of that so-called eminent person, and hurried through the night. But by the time I leaped over the walls, avoided the guards, and made my way in, all I saw was the moonlit ground covered in blood, and the knave standing there in the darkness.
So, she'd already taken care of that guy.
That's right. She had rescued my sister before she could come to any harm, and had even discovered several girls hidden in a basement, all of them orphans. Father, I mean, the knave, might have seen something in me, and so she made me. The House of the Hearth welcomes you. I was hesitant to trust her. I mean, I had just been betrayed by nobles. But she was also quick to destroy the noble who had taken us in at first, giving us back our freedom.
Oh, so that's how the two of you joined the House of the Hearth.
She has gained permission from the Tsaritsa to first use the Gnosis' power once she obtains it. She plans to use it to find a way to break the prophecy and save Fontaine.
So...
That's right. The whole House of the Hearth is currently working to combat that crisis. Today's case has also proven that people from Fontaine can indeed dissolve into some sort of water, thus further supporting the prophecy. Everyone at Hotel Bouffe d'été, including to us orphans, the only connection we have left to this world, apart from our family.
So, from small
It's all right. I just hope you can if you should need anything at all in the future, feel free to find me. I will do my best to help you, as plain Linny.
Bye, Linny!
Hey there. What was with the disappearing act you pulled right as the trial ended?
Were you looking for us, Navia?
Well, this whole thing isn't exactly over, is it? I do feel that we're getting closer to solving the serial disappearances case, though. Don't you think so, too? Huh? What's wrong, my dear partner?
Besides, are you sure we're the ones who can crack a case that's been cold for decades? And given that there's new evidence from the trial, there should be a trail of breadcrumbs for the Hydro Arc.
I see. Well, I won't lie. I'm a little shocked to hear that from you. Sorry.
Don't say that, Navia.
Ah, and we were having so much fun investigating with you, too. It was like having new waters flowing into a stagnant... sorry about... Wait, shall we have a farewell meal?
Huh? Do we really need to get that formal?
Well, I'd just like to... Anyway, it would just be a meal, so it should...
You don't have to twist Paimon's arm if Boss Navia's treating...
Oh, wonderful. In that...
All right, then. Let's have our farewell meal.
Stabilize!
Let's light it up!
Solidify!
Incinerate! Shine down! There is no... Everybody stand! Now you shall perish! Shine down!
Stabilize!
Let's light it up! Boom boom! Incinerate! Time for your rape! Motion to compel!
I will have order! Solidify!
Teamwork is strict! Inazuma shines eternal! There is no escape!
Gather!
Illusion shattered! Shine down!
Solidify!
Boom boom! Yeah! I'm going in! Torn to oblivion!
Gather!
Incinerate! The mortal plane, a fleeting dream.
Osmanthus wine tastes the same as I remember. But where are those who share the memory?
Don't fear. Yeah, see. Don't be scared.
Solidify.
There is no escape!
Motion to compel!
Boom boom!
Gather! Solidify!
Illusion shattered!
Breath of the flame!
No escape! Stabilize!
Let's light it up! Motion to compel!
Shine down! Gather! This is order!
Everybody stand!
Inazuma shines eternal!
close enough.
Adventure time! Illusion shattered!
I will end you.
Motion to the
Quickly!
Shine down!
Counterattack!
Incinerate! Let's light it up! There is no escape!
Teamwork is dreamwork! Invisible evidence!
Torn to oblivion!
You are not welcome here.
I will have order.
Stabilize.
Now you shall perish!
Your journey ends here. Lord of Sand, your sacrifice is ready. The golden slumber.
Let's go gather some samples. Smells like something good is inside. Keep up. Keep up. And shroud.
Shine down!
One with the force.
The world remains constant over the centuries, but human life is like the dew at dawn, or a bubble rising through water. Transitory. All the world holds dear is but a backdrop of constant motion. I stand before it, alone and unchanging. The world remains constant over the centuries, but human life is like the dew at dawn, or a bubble rising through water. Transitory. The thunder falls silent.
Rise!
Gonna be epic.
Stabilize!
Off we go. Adventure time!
Solidify!
Huh?
This is order!
Let's light it up! Wrap up the flame! Incinerate! Off we go! Let's light it up!
Gather!
Teamwork is dreamwork!
Torn to oblivion!
There is no escape!
Stabilize!
Motion to compel!
Illusion shattered!
Let's go gather some...
Gonna be epic!
Inazuma shines eternal!
Who ate...
You...
I will have order! Gather!
There is no escape!
Invisible evidence! Incinerate! remarkable condition.
Teamwork is strength! Now you shall perish! Boom!
Illusion shattered!
Wait, everybody stand! Inazuma shines eternal!
Stabilize!
Shine down! Illusion shattered, torn to oblivion!
I will have order! Solidify!
Time for your arraignment!
Who ate?
Going in!
I'll uproot you!
Let's light it up!
Inazuma shines eternal! Detached from the world.
Gather!
Let's light it up!
Quake!
There is no escape!
Can't see?
Shine down!
Stabilize!
Enshroud!
Let's light it up! Teamwork is...
Now ye shall perish! There is no escape!
One with the force.
Order guide you!
Shine down! There is no escape!
Smells like something good is inside.
Yeah. Rah. Yeah. 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 Rah. Yeah. No more tricks up your sleeve.
Dust to dust.
Light it up!
Solidify.
New punching.
Stabilize. Gather and shroud. Need. Yeah. Rah.
Torn to oblivion!
Regret.
All the world holds dear is but a backdrop of constant motion. I stand before it, alone and unchanging.
Ad Astra Abyssosk. Welcome to the Adventurers Guild. Thank you for completing today's commissions. Here is your reward.
Seems like the stories here never have a happy ending.
Inactivity serves no purpose whatsoever. The world remains constant over the centuries, but human life is like the dew at dawn, or a bubble rising through water. Transitory.
Into the wind. Suffocate. Solidify.
My opponent, motion to compel.
Suffocate. Subject. I got careless.
Whirling snow. Incinerate.
What a lucky day. Gather.
One with nature.
Take flight. Sakura swirl. Invisible evidence. Whirling snow.
Finally, No.
Illusion shattered!
Booba, get them! I'm going in!
Inazuma shines eternal!
Another test.
They're really nice and spicy!
Torn to oblivion!
Into the wind.
Another test.
Solidify.
Kamisato art. Summon. Time for your arraignment. Motion to compel. You're toast! Booba, get them!
Rain outlines your fate. Know my sword. Witness the power of...
Shine down!
Everybody stand back!
Illusion shattered! Inazuma shines eternal!
Let me weave you a verse.
Going in!
Now you shall perish!
wind knows.
I will have order.
As one with wind and cloud.
Rise!
One with nature.
Inadmissible evidence! Take flight!
Clouds high. The birds crumble.
Sakura swirl!
This is order.
Whirling... Incinerate! Out of my sight!
Stabilize.
Motion to compel!
As one with wind and cloud.
Time for your arraignment! Winter shall eventually come. Throw my sword!
Nice and spicy!
Shine down!
You're toast!
Ow! Everybody stand back! Torn to oblivion! Erase all threats!
Time to go.
Take flight!
Solidify!
Motion to compel! Breath of the flame! Whirling snow!
Rise!
Incinerate! Take flight!
Roasted fry! Gather!
Motion to compel! Time for your ring!
I will have order!
Kamisato art! Sumetsu!
This was well done!
Wind strider. Clouds high. The birds come.
Boom!
Roasted fry!
Whirling snow! Illusion shattered! I'm going in! Ring cutter! Inazuma shines eternal!
The wind knows me.
Motion to compel.
Solidify!
Incinerate! Motion to compel. Take flight.
Quake!
My opponent, incinerate!
Stabilize!
One with nature.
Embrace the ice! Motion to compel! Breath of the flame!
As one with wind and cloud.
Take flight!
This is order!
Incinerate! Off we go! Time to act. Let me weave you a bird.
There is no escape!
You're toast! Teamwork is
torn to oblivion!
Rain outlines. Let's light it up!
Your journey ends here, Lord
Time
of
to go.
Sand.
The wind knows me.
Sacrifice is ready.
Solidify!
Clouds high. The birds...
Whirling snow! Yeah! Kami-sato out! Sumetsu! Different boom! Motion to compel!
Crumble! I will have order! Gather!
My apologies! Incinerate! Time for your arraignment! Body and no, my sword! Eat this! Ring cutter!
Inazuma shines eternal!
Everybody stand back!
Shine down!
At the right hand, Rain outlines your fate. Let's light it up! Teamwork is... Witness the power of Google.
Now you shall perish!
All the world holds dear is but a backdrop of constant motion. I stand before it, alone and unchanging. Inactivity serves no purpose whatsoever.
Super shy, but wait a minute while I make you mine, make you mine. 달리는 지금도 you're on my mind all the time. I wanna tell you, but I'm super shy, super shy. I'm super shy, but wait a minute while I make you mine, make you mine. 달리는 지금도 you're on my mind all the time. I wanna tell you, but I'm super shy, super shy. You don't even know my name, do ya?
Into the wind.
Take flight!
Solidify!
Yeah! Embrace the ice! Boom boom!
Stabilize!
The wind knows me. The fallen leaves adorn my...
My apologies!
너라면 좋을까 이런 맘은 또 처음이라 Up and down이 좀 심해 조절이 자꾸 다른데 하나와 싫은 건 I don't play the game 우리 진짜 별나래 그냥 내가 너무 좋아해 넌 그걸 너무 잘 알고 날 착각해 나도 마찬가지인걸 우린 참 별나고 이상한 사이야 서로를 부서지게 그리고 또 껴안아 You got me feeling like a psycho 우리 보고 말을 자꾸 다시 안 볼 듯 싸워가도 떠다니니 말야 이해가 안 간대 웃기지도 않대 맞아 psycho 서로 좋아
Pew pew! Take flight! Inadmissible evidence! Can't handle your dream! Yeah!
Order guide you. Gather!
Whirling snow! Yeah! Yeah! Sakura swirl! Yeah! I'm a rock! Yeah! Incinerate! Take flight! Think you can bully me?
be fucking you right. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, 7 days a week. Every hour, every minute, every second. Tonight, I'll be fucking you right.
Next time, be sure to make a proper appointment.
Solidified! This is order.
There is no escape!
Gather!
Boom boom!
Stabilize!
Incinerate! It's a miracle!
Shine down! The mortal plane. A fleeting dream.
Quake! Gather!
I'm going in!
Order guide you!
There is no escape!
Baboom!
Crumble!
Shine down!
Stabilize!
Motion to compel!
Solidify! Gather!
May knowledge...
is no escape!
Time to act. Rain outlines your fate. Rain cutter.
Stabilize!
Shine down! Teamwork is dreamwork! Inazuma shines eternal! Ha!
You're looking for a clone now. That's how I'm getting down, destined for the center crown. Sing it loud like 이건 아무도 없는 love story. 어떤 설렘도 어떤 의미도 내게 미안하지만 I'm not sorry. 오늘부터 나 Bitch 나는 solo. 설렘 감동 뒤엔 이별 눈물 후회 그리움 홀로인 게 좋아 난 나다워야 하니까 자유로운 바람처럼 구름 위에 별들처럼 멀리 가고 싶어 밝게 빛나고 싶어 Now I'm going slow-mo
There is no escape!
Solidify! I will have order!
Shine down! There is no escape!
Body to body to body to body to body. You and me, baby, you know that we got it. So don't go getting me started. Cause you know I get hot-hearted. Baby, oh baby, you're making me crazy. Rain, 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 you can't fake it. You give me brand new emotion. You got me drinking that potion. I just wanna see you like that, see you like that. So if you're ready, and if you let me, I wanna see it in motion.
Uncooked, take a chick off one look, and when they get took, they don't ever get untook. When I seen that body, you would think it was a dead body. The way I told my boys, come look, I used to take girls up the Stony Brook and steal their hearts like some crook. True story. Now when I hold somebody's hand, it's a new story. All my ABGs get cute for me. I had one girl, too boring. Two girls, that was cool for me. Three girls, damn, dude's horny. Four girls, okay, now you horny. I'm loose. I done put these songs to good use. I done put my city on my back, and the world know my name, I'm the truth.
So if you're ready, and if you let me, I wanna see it in motion, in 3D. You won't regret me. Champagne confetti. I wanna see it in motion, in 3D.
Why?
'Cause you know I like it, girl.
Why do you like that, right?
3D. You know I like it, girl. Alright. 'Cause you know I like it, girl. You know how I like it. Alright. You know I like it, girl. 3D.
I got you playing with yourself on camera. You my babe, just like Tampa. Speaking of bucks, I got those. And as for fucks, well, not those. And as for thoughts, well, do you really wanna know? I thought so. I fly you from Korea to Kentucky, and you ain't gotta guarantee me nothing. I just wanna see if I get lucky. I just wanna meet you in the physical and see if you would touch me.
이 노래는 it's about you, baby. Only you. 내가 힘들 때, 울 것 같을 때, 기운도 이제 나지 않을 때. It's you. 날 걱정하니, it's you. 나를 깨하니, 말은 해도 돼, but what do you say? 멀리든 언제든지 달려와. 바쁜 척도 없이 난 나타나. 이게 정중히 사양할게요. Not my business. 이대로 좋아요. Talk less. Still me, 너의 오늘 like a I'm sure you're gonna say my gosh. 바빠지는 눈빛. Checking. 매일 들린 그림 찾기. hashtagging. 꼿꼿하게 걷다가 삐끗 넘어질라. 다들 수군대는 걸 자기는 하나 몰라. 요스파리 반개를 어울린다나. 문제야 자꾸 참. Yellow CARD. 이선 넘으면 침범이야 beep. 매너는 여기까지 is my. Please get the lie. Hello stupid ID. 그 선 넘으면 정색이야 beep. Stop it 거리 유지해 cause we don't know. Come on we don't know. Anything. 편하게 하지 마. 거기 너말 알아들어. 에이 아직 모를걸. 내 말 틀려 또 나만 나빠. 깜빡이 켜 교양이 없어 knock. 또 상대 안에 block. 잘 모르겠으면 이제 좀 와워 babe. Repeat 참 쉽지 right. Yellow CARD. 이선 넘으면 침범이야 beep. 매너는 여기까지 is my. Please get the lie. Hello stupid ID. 그 선 넘으면 정색이야 beep. Stop it 거리 유지해 cause we don't know. Come on we don't know. Anything. My life's been magic, seems fantastic. I used to have a hole in the wall. you like that. Ain't nobody gonna have your back like the way I do. Love it, just say you do. You know you got me. Everything you do, everything you did, everything I wish I was with makes me feel alright. I'm just saying, so I really like it. Nothing in the world can make me feel the way you do the things you do. I really like it. Nothing in the world can make me feel the way you do the things you do. I love you and me, dancing in the moonlight. Nobody can see. It's just you and me tonight. I love you and me, dancing in the moonlight. Nobody can see. It's just you and me tonight. Look at you, now look at me. Are you ever gonna find someone like this? Look at you, now look at me. Are you ever gonna find someone like this? You're the reason my heart skips, drops. Just a little touch, my world stops. Finally I know that you're mine. I don't wanna fall, don't wanna play this game of love. Oh, there's nowhere to hide. I really like it. Nothing in the world can make me feel the way you do the things you do. I really like it. Nothing in the world can make me feel the way you do the things you do. I love you and me, dancing in the moonlight. Nobody can see. It's just you and me tonight. I love you and me, dancing in the moonlight. Nobody can see. It's just you and me tonight. Look at you, now look at me. Are you ever gonna find someone like this? Look at you, now look at me. Are you ever gonna find someone like this? Ever gonna find someone like this?
I don't care about your first love, this should be your last one. Nothing like your last one. You look better on me, that's fashion. Won't block your shots, lights, camera, action. Never been a love me or let me not play. Every pedal better tell him better not change. I love you, I love me a lot. Wait, which one I love better off not saying.
I love you and me. 날 스치는 그대의 옅은
Stabilize!
Shine down!
Let me weave you up.
Now you shall perish!
But a momentary distraction. The world remains constant over the centuries, but human life is like the dew at dawn, or a bubble rising through water. Transitory.